G'day, you good dunce. How is everyone? Hopefully, having a good day. I've realized this morning, after the 6 hours of streaming, or a bit under 6 hours of streaming this morning, these trackers were only down at like 80% battery. So, yeah, they can easily do a lot of streaming. Sweet. Sweet. Alright. Get chat moved around. I think I might have the chest tracker on a little bit too tight. Totally forgot about the stream. Fortunately, I looked at my mail account at the right time to get a notification. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What's the Backrooms game? I guess that's not this. Could this be... It's not a Resident Evil. I don't know. Pokemon Legends AZ. Original release too old for Metacritic. Serious Sam. Okay, yeah, we're not getting this game. PlayStation. What up, Dave? God Hand? Nah. I feel like I'm in some sort of acid trip. No idea. Very colourful. Yeah, it's trippy. I got nothing with that. Developer, outside directors company. I got no idea. What? LSD Dream Emulator. Oh my god. I said it feels like an acid trip. I should have just fucking gone with that. Oh, what BS. Jeez. Can't believe it. I was right. I was right. I was right, but I didn't go with my gut. Silly me. Silly, silly me. Let's see. My brain hasn't been working well the last few days. I'm thinking I might need to take a few days off next week and let my brain kind of realign itself. But I don't know if that'll help. I don't know if it will help. Let's see, so when it's targeting, that is a 170 stream streak. Gosh darn. That is quite impressive, Orcus. Very, very impressive. Let me set this up quickly. Beautiful. Excellent. Now, what are we doing? Down here, what we need is the tractor beam. What up, editor? How you doing? This isn't Deadlock. I know it's not. I know. We're back to our software and game development. Yeah. I actually wonder if what was it? Stats Locker? Stat Locker. I wonder if this has updated my information. Because it said before they're collaborating. More data needed. So it hasn't picked up my matches. But apparently there was one that was Initiate 5, one that was Seeker 2. Two total games, apparently. So it's only counted those ones. You go to Brawl. Average match rank is Seeker 5. Interesting. Okay, fair enough. I'm at 3 of 50. I usually do the street brawls, which is just generally a 4-on-4 in a single lane sort of thing. I only recently started doing the standard stuff, and that's a whole different setup. Whole different kettle of fish. What up, Kumo? I do have a body now. I do. Yes. And I have plans for more bodies that chat can switch between and do interactions with. Yes. Yes. The only problem is it keeps spinning on me. So I need to keep resetting it so that, yeah. Also, it does look good. Thank you. Thank you. There are some issues with, like, the arms. You know? Like, that's actually pretty accurate right now. Oh. Let's see. Yeah, that's actually pretty accurate at the moment. Nice. I like it. Yeah. It's close enough, to be honest. Exactly. That's all it needs to be, is close enough. I'm very happy with how it's come out. It took a lot of work, but yeah, very happy. Very happy. It looks snappy. It is. It is. There's that stuff on the left there. So you can see they're all like around 20 to 30 milliseconds on average. Some of them are a bit faster. But yeah, if you move, they all kind of spike up a little bit. Yeah. I do have legs, but they don't work at the moment. I don't have the trackers equipped for them. So 30 milliseconds, that's like 33 FPS, yeah. It's fast enough for what we need. Actually, that raid this morning was very, very funny. Raiding into you, like 1 second later, raids to small boy. Or small block boy. Like, oh. That was, okay. I guess we're here. All three of us were like that. I was like, small block boy. I didn't type in small block boy. Did I click on the wrong? Hang on. And then I realized what was happening. Yeah. What did they raid sound trigger? Let's see. So what we need now is, as the tractor is rotating, if the If no, because it is still tracking. So do the tractor check. So in here is where we do the check. We go if the direction to. What I need in here is yeah. So if the bobble we're tracking is caged and the parent is not tracker, set it to null and we switch back into idle state. That's fine. We don't need to do that check down here. You're not going to pass out. Go for it. You enjoy your passing out. I hope it's nice. I hope it's plenty of sleep. Plenty of snoozles. Snoozeldorfs. I'm gonna sit here and try to get this finished. Let's think. If Bobble is caged, if Bobble is the Bobble we're tracking, we set character is tracking to false. No. What we want to do is return. We need this ball. You need to return true. In here, we return false. Down here, return. No, in here, we return true. Actually. Get rid of that. So we loop over any bobbles that are overlapping the tractor area. Check that. If Bobble is caged, then we switch to that. Go character is tracking is false because we're switching out of this state. And what we need to do is go to We need to catch the bobble. This will then start processing the tractor beam, which will be tractor beam. Yeah, that'll be perfect. That'll be right. Lock that. Make it a cylinder. They're at 90. Make its height 0.75. Drop the bottom radius. So I can probably shrink this down to like 0.5. Point oh 0.03. Maybe make this 0.6. And then we will put a shader on this. New shader, not a visual shader. To hell with a visual shader. This is a tractor beam. And what we need is to go Vec 4 color as Vec 4 we go albedo color RGB. .5. The alpha, if I can spell, need to be that. Why is this? There we go. It takes a second to register the recentering. Render mode, callback. We do that. Now we want a dither effect. So let's go to Godot for spatial dither. Yes, transparency dither. Copy all that. Get rid of that. Go alpha. Color A. Got that IGN. Oh, that's what it needs. Okay. That's a pretty cool looking dither. I want this. I want the distance. I want to know where we are on the model. So like I want back here. So if we go distance UVX. No, UV. Yeah, UVX. What would be? Okay, so it's definitely not that. The color A is always like that. That's never changing. It's a colored dither. And this is definitely a better dithering, but it's just not. It's identical to the distance fade. Oh, of course. Of course. Transparency, alpha. And then distance fade, pixel dither. Okay, so that's actually... So that's not correct. Because I want it to dither, like, if we do object dither. Nah, it's not. We can't do proximity fade either. So yeah, we need to keep it as a shaded material. It needs to be the tractor beam. Okay. So we need go for spatial shader. Mesh distance. Mesh position. Model view matrix. Model local space to view transform. Model local space to world transform. View space to clip space transform. Model view matrix combines both model matrix and view matrix and is better suited when floating point issues may arise. For example, if the object is very far away from the world origin, you may run into floating point issues when using the separated model matrix and view model. That is the matrix used for rendering the object in that pass, unlike that, which is the matrix of the camera used in the scene. In the shadow pass, that view is based on the camera that is located at the position of the lights. Okay. I think one thing we need to set as well is a mission to color RGB. Yeah. Render mode. Color disabled. That's Terry. That car in the background. He likes to act like a tough cunt. Let's see. Really need to change this dither. Spatial shaded dithering. Also, this does not handle alpha yet. Dang. That's a canvas item doing by dithering. Color dithering. Still figuring out how to color quantization and dithering. Trying to figure out a flexible way to apply dithering. By a dithering shader. Alpha dithering. Here's a dither opacity. Please note you don't have to use the shader as is. I've set it up specifically for the workflow I use. So let's go on paste bin. I'm not going to that. So I know dithering is like something. It's not like the dithering is not the thing I need to worry about at the moment. What I need to worry about at the moment is having it fade off in the distance. So if I get rid of that. Three. So I'm thinking what we do, because I want it to be a rolling. So I think if we do frag coord plus time, no. And yeah, that'll work. Plus time multiplied by 0.1. Yes. Yes, that's specifically what I need. So we could multiply it. What if we do frag coord x? Y. Okay. Do that. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. The only problem is the frag coord is determined by... Yeah, so frag coord's not what we want. And we can't just do UVX. Model matrix X isn't going to work either. Spatial shader, fade along model axis. So I need it to fade from one end of the model to the other. What are the actual values? Give me 2 seconds. Turn that off. There we go. I just need to loosen this thing a bit. That feels better. That feels much better. I don't have the strap so tight that it's like crushing my chest. What are the actual... So UV in this, UV main channel. I should easily adjust the shader to a particle system using default particle material. Running a custom particle shader, this value can be used as desired. Vertex data are presented in model space. If not written to, these values will not be modified and passed through as they came, then transformed into view space to be used in fragment. So, does that mean if I change this to vertex, well, void vertex uniform vec2 world UV. No. Varying. And we go multiply this by world UVX. That's wrapping around. Not quite. What is the value that we need? A model view matrix, maybe? But then how would I get a value out of that? Coordinate of pixel centering in screen space. UV that comes from vertex function. I need some of these values as local space, not world space. So, where is it? View space to world transform. View space to clip space transform. Clip space to view space transform. I think it's going to be the model matrix. And we need to do something with the model matrix. Go for spatial shader. I don't want it to be affected by screen space. I just want to say from the left to the right of this mesh, this model, fade out. That's all I want to do. But for some reason, there's no value for that by default. You gotta calculate the value. But what do you use to calculate the value? I don't know. And there lies the problem. Hey, it's the Popo. Jitspo, get it? Haha. I say creating a custom shake. That's spatial shader. Fade. Just see if there's anything here. Like the original version, the shader computes the fade using the mesh's local object space positions instead of UVs. Yes. Local pause. Noise scroll. UV only for sampling. Fade uses local position. Okay. The V local pause. Plus cylinder half height. Okay. Do we have access? We do have access to vertex. So what I want to do is no, not 4. We need the vertex. If vertex x plus 0.5 no. What I want to do is go alpha multiply equal okay, so it is the vertex x. What we can do, get 1.0 minus that. Color A multiplied by vertex x minus 0.5 plus 0.5. Yes, I could do minus 0.5. Go 1.0 plus. Yeah, so it's stronger back there than it is up here. Alpha minus alpha color A not quite. Avinity, you are second. It's like people don't realize that there's prizes at the end of the year if you get the most seconds and the most thirds. Not the most lates though. So we don't reward that kind of behavior here. What's happening with this? What is the happenings? Why is that? Oh, because, yeah, it goes negative. Oh, positive. So it's lighter, it's more transparent on the left than it is to the right. But it still isn't transparent over there. It should be the A, the alpha, 0.5, or 0.2 now, multiplied I'll use 0.4. Ads. Alright. Let's come back to that after ads. Let's do... not shader. Let's do a chess. Let's do a game of chess. Wake our brains up. Bring it. Shit. Oof. That was lucky. Uh-oh. If I can pull that off. Damn it. Hmm. I don't know. I've lost this game anyway. I've lost this one by a mile. Ooh. Hmm. Hmm. There, that's checkmate. Oh, you fool. Go on, right there. That's your checkmate. There you go. Alright, so. Where were we? I'm pretty sure horses can parry. Haven't played for a while. I don't think so. Not in this game. So what? We have it fading just in the wrong direction. So we want to do color A minus that. I think... Like, that doesn't look like it's going to 0 alpha. Because alpha's 0.4. So we have 0.4 minus 0.4 times 0. So we're subtracting nothing. All the way up to what should be 1.0. A sad sight for you to have finally caved in and gotten a body. A mech suit. I've always had a mech suit. And I'm going to be getting many more mech suits in the future. That can do stuff like this. Yeah. Okay. The horror. The horror indeed. Just you wait. Yeah, that to me does not look like it's going from 0.4 to 0 alpha. Why was it? Where was that? There it is. It's using vertex. Maybe I go local vert. We go I do that as 0.5. Z, Y. Okay. Okay, so that's being consistent. What we could do is go 7.5. But why is it? All disabled. They've got cap top. Don't cap top. Alright. Well, I think that looks okay. I think that'll be fine. I think that'll be fine. So from here, the next thing, because obviously that's going up, so it needs to be the local space Y that it fades out. What up, bot? Vertex is in view space in the fragment shader. Yeah, so you've got to get the vertex from the vertex function, store it, and then pass it, and then use that. Yep. Yeah, that was my mistake. Let me try. We change this to 0.2. Okay, so if we do that, that looks okay. And then local vert Y. What if I do... There we go. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. There we are. What up, fatty? I did finally get a body. It's amazing. How do you like our tractor beam? Yeah. I like it. However, this thing needs to be this here needs to do local vert Y. How can we make that dither so that it's a stronger, or not stronger, but it's like more spaced apart? Yeah. Yeah. Local vert. I need it to... because that's speed. What if I try... It's definitely not going to work. If I minus it. Have it go the other direction. Yeah. What's happening there? What's happening at the end there? Something weird going on at the end there. Ah, I see what it is. Let's go max. What's happening at the end there? See how it looks. What's... That's very odd. That's very, very odd. Just gonna leave it as that. Whatever. 5k. That is what we call a weak source. One of the lowest? Yeah. I'm fine with that. Put that open, put that out. That. I need to double check some stuff. Thank you, Avinity. Sweet. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So, we do this. What are we doing from here? Because I'd like it to be... Okay. I guess we can leave it as that. Color A plus 0.05. That could work. I like that one. I like that. That's the tractor beam. No rings. Radial segments. 8. Make it a real simple kind of mesh. Now the custom AABB. If I have the Y, no. I was hoping I could offset it. I guess not. Alright. That's fine. Okay, so with that, by default, you're turned off. And over here, we go catch bobble. Tractor beam. Visible. True. We take bobble. We do tractor beam. Visible. False. And drop off bobble. Same thing. Simple. So when we catch it, so if it returns false, we don't want to move. If tractor check. So if the bobble is, like, if we don't detect the bobble in our bobble tractor area, we return true, which then this returns. No. If we do detect it... Hang on. False. Return true. Okay. If we detect the bobble, we return true if it's not caged. If it is caged, we can return whatever. So if the bobble we're after, if the bobble we're tracking is in the bobble tractor area, we stop moving. Or I want it to stay at a distance, but I can't really do that, can I? Okay. Another option. After I fix this drift. Another option that we have is... if we... if we detect the bobble we're tracking in the tractor area, I think we want to get a distance 2 and kind of check to see how far away it is and go. If it's closer than 0.5, don't move at all. Just don't move. Catch the bobble. Where do we put that though? So the bobble's in the area. And down here we go. Return character global position distance 2 bobble global position less than or equal 0.5. That'll return true. Yeah, so we only want to return out here if the if the bobble we're tracking is within 0.5 meters. Otherwise, it keeps moving towards it. Yep. Let's just see what happens with that. There is so much more logic with this auto trapper than I expected. I was like, yeah, it'll be a day of work. This is the 5th day. 6th day? 6th day. Well, for the auto trapper, it'd be the 4th day. For the traps in general, it's like the 7th day. Okay. Be a perfect opportunity. He's gone past you. What up, bro? You a freaking robot? I know, right? I know. Pretty. Yeah. Just you wait. We're gonna get more bodies in the future. I plan on having a Dr. Robotnik. So. Yeah. Dr. Robotnik will go good with the mustache. We'll have a Master Roshi body. We'll have a nurse. We'll have a skeleton. Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown. Mentok, the mind taker. If you know Harvey Birdman. I've got a lot of bodies planned for. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. And then when I get, when I figure out how to do the head tracker without it being visible, that'll be key. Because if I get the head tracker on, I can use that with my feet trackers to do actual movement and actually walk around and stuff. That'll be sick. That'll be real cool. How long have I been developing this? I've been working on this since May last year. We're about 3 weeks out from this game being 1 year of development. Let's take this. Let's go. I suppose I'm only doing it for a second. Do dot prod. We go print debug dot prod, like so. Hopefully. There we are. There we go. It's negative. Negative. Oh, yes, because the tractor is 180 degree rotated. Yep. Yep. That makes sense. I actually think that's still going to be wrong because I think this is incorrect. No, that's not incorrect. Auto trapper. Expected 1 argument. Catch Bobble. Bobble. Bobble a bobble. Bobble a bobble a bobble. I could definitely put something in for the repairing. There you are. Damn it. No, don't go the same. Move towards him. If Bobble is null, return interactions. Or assign interactions. Chase has hold. So that tells me it's not in Chase anymore. So that's take Bobble. Why do I need this one? I don't think I do. Do I? Yeah. Cool. So we do that. Bobble is not null, and Bobble caged. Then we append take Bobble. But why does it stop moving altogether? That's my main concern. Why? 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 That's right, as long as you turn back around, come this way. Come on. So what happened there? Nothing. So it should catch the bobble. If we're not tracking, bobble is null, we switch into idle, otherwise do head to cage. That's... Yep, so we don't want to do that. So what we want to do here is go bobble switch states. State idle. And you're caged. And what we're going to do is tween bobblehead to be hovering and be hovering in the tractor beam. Dex, welcome in. Congrats on being third. Gamer, congrats on being late. These trackers are having a real hard time picking up the 3 taps. So that much. Create tween. How's the body going? It's going well. It's going really well. Glad to be here finally. Feels too small for the head. Yeah, there's some proportion stuff that I need to do. Like, it all depends on where I'm standing too. So, like, if I stand back here, it, like, yeah, it matches pretty well. So, I just need to remember where to stand. Yep. And the other thing I need to do is figure out how to not only, like, I can flip my camera when I'm on the other side of the screen, but, well, that side of the screen, for you, that side of the screen, but when I'm on the other side of the screen, I also need the body to be flipped. Because otherwise when I move this hand, this arm moves. Yeah. And it also, right now, looks like I'm looking at the code, but I'm not. I'm looking at chat. Here, I'm looking at the code, but it looks like I'm looking off screen. And that's bad. You don't want that. So for now, I'm stuck here. Also, that little artwork needs to disappear from that view. That artwork that you saw to the side of me. There's a couple things I need to fix up. Yes. Yes. Tween property needs to be... What property do we need to tween? I think it'd be better if the hands were also part of the model. The problem there is I can't occlude my hands. Have you ever tried to program and stuff wearing gloves? It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. But at the same time, it's not supposed to map perfectly. It's just supposed to be like a, I move and it moves, You can add a mask that only shows your face. No, I can't. Because what if I do this? Yeah. What if I do this? What if I do this? What do we need to do? Bobble position towards... -0.4. Over 1.0. There we go. That'll hopefully work. Um, 0.4. And what we should be doing, it should be heading to cage. Oh, that's what else we need to do. We do that. Okay. See what happens with that. Hopefully this works. Then we can start doing the VFX for the cage and have the bobbleheads attract towards that if they come in range of it. Perhaps move towards it. It's because of this, isn't it? That tractor check is always returning false. Which means it should always be moving. What up, Tricky? You are late. So late. Too late? Went to bed late too. So, what, return false? Otherwise, return the distance to the bobble less than or equal to 0.5. Bobble in range. 5 a.m. Now it's nearly 11 a.m. That's only 6 hours. Ads coming in. We're going to do the cup half full thing. I mean, cup half full doesn't change that it was only 6 hours. You know? Damn it. Yeah, there we go. Catch him. And then you can't get over there. So maybe I'll make the tractor beam a bit wider. Yeah. So maybe the top radius be like Maybe it can be like that. If we add a mesh instance, I suppose if I have you .5. I'll have you as 0.05. So 0.5 and 0.05. There we go. Good stuff. Good stuff. Now I need to figure out why it's not going over that little hump. Of course the left upper arm needs a full reset. Of course it does. Why wouldn't it just stay in place? Disgusting. And I say, I only had 2 hours less sleep than I need. You know what I heard? You had less sleep than you need. Mm-hmm. There we are. Nice. Mm. Hmm. That's not good. That'll be fine, though. Let's see. Hmm. Yep. I was timing out anyway. That didn't matter. Well, pushed. Ah, chess, the game for chess players. And as I have just proven, the game for non-chess players too. Yep. Nice robot. Thank you very much, Bobby. I can't wait until we get our other mech suits set up. It's gonna be fantastic. I'm gonna work on Dr. Roxo and the skeleton next. So, watch some of the Deadlock replays, confirmed some cheaters. So we aren't that bad. Okay, cool. Cool. Maybe that's why the matches aren't showing up in like the stats locker thing, because it knows that those matches shouldn't be counted. Common cheat so far, auto headshots. Healing when health is low, but no source, and no cooldowns. Yeah, so Victor was probably definitely doing that one. Why? Or no cooldown on parry and auto parry. Ah, okay. Also want to go port, freeze, port, collision, disabled, true. There we go. Don't get me wrong, we made some bad plays. Oh yeah, definitely. Made some terrible plays. But considering that was like the first 4 proper standard rounds that I had actually played, I'm okay with that. I am perfectly fine with that. Yeah. Look at him. Look at him hold that bobble in the tractor beam. Now that's the only problem we've got now. So I need to have a look at the nav link there. Storage nav link, store, then storage. What up, Mike? How we doing? Hope you're having a good day. Why does this navigation not work? Is it because there's... Oh. Okay, no, you only collide with word or world. Ah, but the auto trapper is going to mask world. Ah. Back exit should trigger on Bobble. No. Interesting. Work unassigned. Goes out the back. Actually, do my employees trigger the door, don't they? Yeah, they do. Okay. Okay. So... Oh, that's a piece of shit. Maybe I change this to be a player block. That'll fix it. Could have been better. Always. Always. My day could have been better. I could have won the lottery. I could have not woken up 4 times last night from possums scratching and dragging stuff across the roof. It was either that or aliens finally abducted my neighbor. One of the two. Yeah, get him. What's stopping you? Ah, yeah, putting it on player block means it's going to do that. Yep. But that's okay. That's not the issue. Watching reactions to the Pit series? Fair enough. Why can't... Why can't the Bobble Trapper get through there? Because there's no navigation. I think it's because there's no collision layer there. Okay. Storage. No, that's going all the way forward. Perfect. Perfect. Still doesn't explain why I wasn't able to walk over. I swear to God, if it says now that it's overlapping again. Yeah, no, that's perfect. So what's stopping our bobble from getting through? Our trapper from getting through? What? What up, Simmel? Have you tried giving the tank opposable thumbs for the door handle? I have. Unfortunately, it doesn't work because I don't know how to code opposable thumbs. Yeah. Cutting off closed patient, heat stroke that's unconscious. Never had heat stroke, but whenever I ended up unconscious in the ER, woke up, bag attached to bed, all clothes perfectly intact. Take. Well, if you're unconscious and you're in the ER, they obviously need to get you into the patient gown for like surgery and equipping things to you and stuff like that. Unless, of course, you're like they will cut clothing and stuff like that if they need to get to a wound or an injury immediately, and they don't have time to do things, and they don't have time to not damage stuff. So like if you've got internal bleeding or if you've got heat stroke and need to be cooled down, stuff like that, then kind of get to it. Who cares? Just cut things, rip them, throw them away, whatever. Just being unconscious doesn't really require that. If you're unconscious, they do checks and whatnot. And if they find anything, then they do it. Yeah. Never seen them take clothes off normally in a TV show. Because that would indicate that it's not a matter of urgency. And those shows hook people by everything being dramatic. Everything must be a matter of urgency. Or everything must be a breakup or someone cheating on someone. Those are like the three things that happen in those shows. For heat stroke, you kind of don't have open wounds or something. Yeah, but they still need to remove clothing quickly because you're overheating. That's what heat stroke is. You're overheating. They need to remove everything as fast as possible. They don't have time to sit there and be like, all right, let's get their arm through this sleeve. No. Fucking cut it open, rip it off. Done. Time is a factor. Time is a factor when it comes to medical stuff. Also, in a show, even if the medical requirement doesn't require them to cut it off, they're still going to do that and act like there's like a sense of urgency and impending doom if they don't do it. Because if the show was like it was in a regular hospital, like a normal everyday non-TV hospital, that show would be boring. Believe it or not. Doctors aren't running around every 10 minutes for a new gunshot victim or stab wound or mysterious disease or collapsed building. That'll happen a few times here and there, but they're not going to be running around every 5 minutes, 10 minutes doing it. What would be stopping it from getting through that door? I don't know what's stopping it from going through that door. Why? Why? Even there, it's unlikely a forensic criminologist would get to deal with them. Yeah. What the hell is a forensic criminologist? Criminologist sounds like a made-up word. Take him to the workbench. We have much baubles to be repaired. Why do you get stuck? Floor. Backroom floor. Maybe that's why. A psychologist, but focused to criminology. That knows forensics as well. Like recognizing blood spatter patterns. I doubt that's a single job. Like that sounds like you would work as either a forensics analyst or you would work as a psychologist, like a criminal psychologist. For some, I feel like the term forensic criminologist was made up purely so that universities can be like, we've got a new course. How we doing, Woosa? $50K hot sauce. Good old $50K. I'm doing well, thanks. Thank you for asking. Oops, that's... quite a bit. Alright. Thank you very much, Woosa. I think that had some pepper on it. What, ribbon? The neck action is crazy. What do you mean neck action? We really need to add a spring from the mech suit to the base of your neck. So when you stretch like that, we see a connection. I don't think that's possible. Ooh. Your head detached from the mech like Bobble Sim in Street Fighter. Oh, right. Yeah, that's because the suit doesn't move around that much. Forensic criminologists may work in law enforcement, correctional services, intelligence agencies, or as consultants in legal cases, analyzing patterns to prevent future incidents. Again, it sounds like they just have the ability to do two jobs. For instance, I'm a programmer. I'm a software developer. Well, probably software architect at this point. But I can also do database administration. I can do front-end and back-end programming. I can do UI design. I can do user experience flows. I can do network architecture. I can do system administration. I can do web administration. I don't have all of these things as part of my title. I'm not going to be a computerologist. How's game development going? Because I'm doing Linux and I want to quit already. What do you mean you're doing Linux? But the game's going well. Game's going well. I'm just trying to figure out why this thing doesn't move over the floor. It gets stuck. And I know not why. Oh, learning Linux stuff. Fair enough. Fair enough. Next best thing after Scientology. Scientology can suck all the wangs. That is the worst religion in the world. If I was in charge, I would put Scientology on the same level as any other criminal enterprise. I would also put evangelists that tell their followers to give them money. I would put them on the same level as criminal organizations and criminal enterprises. -897. Let's just make you 2. -1. 2. -1. So it's now going to be perfectly even. Yeah. Christian, Catholic, but realistically just an atheist. I think I'd also put psychics and mediums on the same level as criminal. I would outlaw psychics and mediums unless they can prove without any doubt that they are in fact psychic. And if they're like, oh, we can't, it's like, well, then you're just scamming people. So you can't prove it, it's a scam. That's all it is. Why did you not get it? What up, Simmel? I think physics are real. One once told me I have a mother, don't you? Wait, no, that implies you believe there might be something like a psychic. There could be some form of evolution or genetic mutation way in the future that does cause someone to have abilities that would be considered psychic. But that would be something that could be measured and proven. That would be something that could be tested and actually identified. But at that point, it's not a mystical, supernatural ability. It's just something that happens as a part of genetics. Now let me clarify. That doesn't mean I'm saying that they can talk to ghosts and stuff. That means that they would be able to, like, you know, interact with something on an electromagnetic level in a way that people can't. Yeah. Kind of like Magneto, but on a small scale. Why aren't you moving? Fucking hell, ever since I changed these floors, they're now having a hissy fit. Let's see what happens. Deja vu is kind of psychic. No, it's not. That is not at all kind of psychic. Explain to me how you think that's kind of psychic. Deja vu is just seeing two things that are similar in quick succession. Like, you see someone walk past wearing a suit, and then you see someone that looks the same in the same suit walk past. That's all it is. It doesn't mean that you foresaw someone. No, it just means you saw two different people that looked very similar. It's you imagining a possible outcome before it happened. No, it's not. No, it's not. That is not deja vu. No, it's not. Deja vu is you seeing two things that are similar, but you have a feeling because you didn't register the first time you saw them. You know, you saw them walk past, and you're like, ah, yeah, whatever. And then you saw like someone else that looked very similar walk past, and you're like, didn't they already walk past? That's not that's deja vu. It's just your brain not registering something that did happen because it was just something that was there. And then you see something like that again, and you're like, hang on. There's nothing psychic about it. This isn't the Matrix. Man burst into a doctor's office yelling, "Doctor, help, I'm shrinking." Doctor looks at him and says, "Relax, you just have to be a little patient." Nice. Nice. So you caught the bobble, but you didn't take it out the back. Street's autograph, and all he wrote was, "Thanks, so rude." Tom Hanks missed an opportunity. I mean, this kind of thing about deja vu, it's something pretty similar to what you experienced before. Maybe we should pay more attention this time. Yeah. Like, I've caused someone to have deja vu before. I went downstairs carrying a bag, and then came back upstairs. Like, that person went into their apartment as I was coming out, and then I came back up while they were still in their apartment, and then they were leaving as I was coming out with another bag of trash. And they're like, "Deja vu, didn't you just do that?" And I was like, "Yeah, different bag." That's... I do enjoy watching ghost hunting shows and just seeing how much they reach. Like, they use a spirit box flickering through channels, and it gets to a channel where someone says like part of a word, and they're like, oh, were you saying hello? It's like, no, the person that was talking on the radio channel that just went past was saying hello. Yeah, fucking idiots. It's so stupid. Oh. Why aren't you... Why do you get stuck? One problem at a time. One problem at a time. Let's get it so that it can go out into the back first. Oh my god. They should be moving perfectly fine. Sometimes they move, other times they don't. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Why? Why are you stopped? You can move over the floor. Checked the collisions. It can move over the floors. And if it was the door stopping it, then that wouldn't matter. Like, it would still pass through when I come over here and open this. Yeah. Right there's extra collisions at the front of it. So I think it's because the collision shapes. I think it's because of the collision shapes. Let's see. Hopefully. If we change it to be a sphere, maybe that will prevent it from having issues going over the top of it. Because that is probably the issue. Yes, go hunt him down. Are you moving so slow? Um, but then the raycast for that would be terrible. Is there like a trapezoid or something? No, I'd have to make it myself. All right. Convex it is. 0.14, 0.2. Point 7. 0.1. 0.07. 1. .07 negative 0.1 negative 0.07 negative 0.1 now I want these to be knocked back. We do that. The reason we do that is we're now going to have 0.07, 0.1, 0.01. No, that's not going to work. And it still has this thing here that's going to catch it. God damn it. How do we do this? The spear doesn't work. Anything with a sharp, like a flat base is going to have an issue. So we can't do a cylinder because that still has that flat base. Unless it's the fact that it's a straight line hitting and stopping. So if we do that instead, let's give that a try. That should be a much nicer collision. The reason NPCs and the player don't get caught is because they've got the capsule. Could you do a line trace that prints what it's currently hitting? I don't need to. You see those... you see the red squares, like those orange triangles there? That's indicating a collision. You can see how it's colliding with the ground. There we go, got ya. Take him out back. Hmm. That's not going to work either. Go for cube. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to the spear. Maybe. We'll go back to the spear, see what it's doing. Because the spear seemed to move slower. Which was interesting. Alright, let's lose another game. That was easy. Now, if I can frick. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna lose this one. Uh-oh. No, never mind. Never mind. It's all good. I was like, if they go there and check me, they've got a line on my queen, but that doesn't really change anything. Still checkmate. Yep. Knew it. Called it. Let's see. It's perfectly fine by me. Mm-hmm. Weird. Shit. It's fine with me. That's basically boxed you in now, though, because anywhere you can go, you're trapped. Except for that. Yeah. Sucker. Ah! Now, push you there. Then go on there, we'll allow me to check. Mm-hmm. Then I need to get this one in. I'm gonna push you now. There or there. Or not. Let me do that. Now do that or that. I have some time. Not a lot of time, but some time. Nice. Nice. Because he'd have to move that one, because he can't move this one back there to defend that, which is what I'd do to check. So he'd have to move you there, but then I've got you there. So you'd probably need to move it over there. But then I push there, attacking you. Then you could go down there. But then I could move you up there. Yeah. That's a very ugly end game right there. That's very, very, very ugly. Like both of our kings are just completely open. Oh, how bad was the ratings for that? Probably like 50s. Worse. Worse. Hundreds. 36-8, 38-3. Terrible. Oh. That's funny. You usually don't, do you? You usually don't. That was quite a terrible result. Alright, screw it. I'm just going to change this back to a sphere. 0.1. Ow. I need to do that. Nice buddy, but thank you, Bad Cop. Thank you very much. It's very... Watch me flex. Yeah. Yeah, you ain't seen nobody flex like that before. Yep, holographic hands. It's still me, the head and hands, just with a mech suit. That's all. See how slow it moves with the sphere? Okay, that was weird. So we're not going with a sphere. It's because we have a box that's moving between two box colliders, which is the floor. When it gets to where they connect, it stops because the front of it is hitting that somehow. Don't ask me how, because I don't know. Can I create a... No, because if I did that, I would lose the ability to detect if it's the back room of... Yeah. Sleep. Speculative contact distance. Radius around physics bodies inside which speculative contact points will be detected in meters. This is mainly used to prevent tunneling penetration for rigid body 3D nodes during simulation. Let's hydrate. Thank you very much, Benny Slayer. Hello, no longer floating head man. I am still a floating head. This mech suit is just what I control. See? Still a floating head. The drift on this is getting a bit ridiculous. Let's see. A bit redriftulous. Ah ha 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 ha. The maximum angle in radians between two adjacent triangles in a concave polygon shape 3D or height map shape 3D, for which the edge between those triangles is considered inactive. If true, enables Jolt's enhanced internal edge removal during shape clearance. What's the solution here? Is it the margin? Collision margins allow collision detection to be more efficient by adding an extra shell around shapes. Collision algorithms are more expensive when objects overlap by more than their margin. So a higher value for margins is better for performance at the cost of accuracy around edges, as it makes them less sharp. I think that is our issue. If I set that to 0 just for the auto trappers, I think that'll be fine. Actually, doing that might actually cause them to just not move when they're on the ground, because they're just always colliding with stuff. We'll find out, though. We shall find out. Good catch, good catch. No, moves around normally. Good to see. But now you refuse to go for that. So that's a different issue, and I think it's to do with the rotation tween. I think it's to do with the rotate tween. That never... It always seems to be after they do a rotation that issue occurs. Not always, not after every rotation, but whenever that issue occurs, it is after they've done a rotation. No, other way. He's gone this way. Yes, cut him off. Smart. Good tractor beam. Okay, no, that hasn't fixed it. I don't know how we're going to solve this. I do not know how we're going to solve this. Because even doing it as a convex where we have like an edge here and then have it come up and have an edge go across there, that still won't solve it because the edge that goes along here on the bottom would still get caught. Unless it's because it's 90 degrees. Alright. Here's what we'll do. Jesus Christ. Zero. It's just an issue with the collision detection. What, Mungalo? How you doing? If we do that. Then we do 0.07 or negative 0.07. 1. There we go. Let's see if that slope there will help avoid that collision. If not, maybe you can give us some insights, Mungalo. You're pretty smart and savvy. I reckon you can give us an answer to this. Yeah, it's when it gets interrupted. Alright. You've just stopped. Okay, so you are having issues with collision now. Not sure why. Why would that collision shape have issues moving around on a flat surface? Why would this collision shape have problems moving around on a flat surface, but a box does not? Why? Hmm. Why? So that doesn't have a problem moving around on a flat surface. That one doesn't have a problem moving around on a flat surface, but a sphere does. A cylinder does. I guess you'd call it a trapezoid, like a box with like a slight curve on two edges. That has an issue. I don't know. Anyone got any ideas? Because this collision shape is going to be a bit of a problem if we can't figure it out. I feel like, is there any way I can... Can I save... I feel like I can save this navigation mesh. Or I don't even need to save the navigation mesh, actually. I feel like what I can do is disable that. Because again, we get the issue of not being able to know when we're placing something over the backroom floor or over the storefront's floor. I don't know. I do not know. I'm stumped. I'm stumped and stooped and cannot figure this out at all. because that's... It's only where they... Like, the only thing I can think to do... The only thing I can think to do is to go... Will position Y. If state machine current state is not static or held, this has, we go enums state static enums state held. So if it's idle, it's been placed and it's moving around. Is it the triggering box it's seeing and not the actual collision? No, it's an actual collision. So you've got two sharp edges of two boxes. This box is moving across, and then like it's detecting it as a collision and not allowing it to move across. Like, it is an actual collision. The reason it doesn't happen for NPCs or the player is because the NPCs and the player have a capsule collider. So they're curved. They're like rounded at the bottom. So those aren't going to get caught on sharp edges and stuff like that. But if I change this thing to have a sharp, to be a sphere or something, then I have to retweak the entire speed that I have calculated for it. So I'm hoping by forcing it in that, like in the movement states and stuff, to be higher, like to be off the ground, that it will cause it to go over. Apparently not. What is... We go into store, we go into furniture. World position is 0.001. I wonder... No, because the NPCs here can move from sidewalk to store. So having the rigid body there should be able to move between store and storage. Especially since we have the storage nav link. You're on both storage and store navigation layers. It's not the room bound, like, don't worry. Don't worry. I'm just repeating myself now. I have a feeling, because we can see, like, this is it. This is it. This is the auto trapper. And we can see its global position is off the ground. It has no linear velocity. See how it's tilting up and down? Okay, so there's something weird with its state. So it's not... It's printing the linear velocity, but very sparingly. Like, it's moving normally, and then it gets to that point, and it starts to not do what it should be doing. I wonder if it's because of the target. Okay, so it's got nothing to do with target ping. Not that. Let's go into here. It's not that. Did you get a new eyebrow cut? No. So it's going into here a lot. So it's this rotate tween. What's happening there? You're supposed to be after that, aren't you? I know that it's hitting this stuff. Oh, damn. So it keeps going into here. It keeps doing a rotate. Keeps doing a rotation. Hang on. I swear I did this at the end of yesterday's stream. It's going to be broken for that one. Alright, so I know what the issue is with that one. It's got nothing to do with the is tracking flag. It's got nothing to do with that. So we know it's because of this. We know it's because rotate tween keeps getting set. see. There we go. Now, it still had some issues. Still had a little bit of an issue going over it. Still had a little bit of a problem. But it did get over it. So, by doing that and that, we've fixed our issue. Yeah. What up, Johnny? What would that other issue be? I do have a suit. I do have a suit. I was wearing this mech suit this morning for almost 6 hours and still had like 80% battery life left. At the moment, they've all got about 90% battery left. I don't understand how like some of them have 98%. They've all been on for the same amount of time. So, yeah. It looks like I'll be able to wear the mech suit during the mornings and the evening streams, provided I wake up early enough to equip the mech suit. So, yeah, the issue was that this here kept trying to do a rotation, preventing any sort of velocity from being applied. And we've fixed that now. So we're doing this. We're forcing it to look directly ahead at that. What up, Deadshot? What's your take on... I have no idea what that is. I have no idea what that is. Based on the name, I would assume it's some type of drug. So it still had a bit of a hiccup. But what's the hiccup? It also looked like it didn't finish the rotation completely. And we never heard from him again. Alright, so you're coming back this way now. Okay, so this door is going to prevent you from going through. Okay. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need that back door, that storage door, to not block. Not block the auto trapper, which means I may need the auto trapper to be on layer 17 as well, the employee layer. Which I guess that would be fine. That would be fine. Because by putting it on layer 17 as well, it's considered an employee. So that storage door will detect the auto trapper and open up for the auto trapper. And then, yeah, that should fix that. All right. So the last thing we need to do with those auto trappers is have them drop the bobblehead off into the cage that we have out the back, and then fix up some interactions with them, and then finish off our standing trap, our like just regular trap. These have been such a large amount of work. My brain's just not working at the moment. Like the last few days, my brain's just been... Auto trapper. Now. Taking bobbles. Now. Catching bobbles in its tractor beam and taking them out to the storage room. What up, Elephant? New robot body's looking good. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's actually come together really well. Yeah. And you notice the trim changes color with me too. So if someone puts me into multicolor, then I become a party hypno. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to getting our Master Roshi body and stuff like that. Like I really like that. I know, right? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It works better than I expected it would. Yeah. I'm looking forward to getting the head tracking. There we go. Now I'm multi. It's so sick. I need to figure out how to get the head tracker on my head somewhere without having like a band going across my head. Because if I can do that and get my feet trackers equipped, then I'll be able to test out like motion as well. So if I step over here, the body will actually step over there as well. That's the next challenge. While I'm waiting for that, I'm going to be getting my next bodies organized. So I want to have a skeleton, which I think will be pretty cool. Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown. That'll be the first 2 bodies that I make. Yeah. Yeah, you know it. You know. I want to add certain interactions as well. So things like Dr. Roxo, when people throw bits and subs and whatnot, I'll have powdered sugar rain down from above me, and we'll have powdered sugar build up around me. Yeah. And what else would there be? Master Roshi powers up the more bits and subs come in. The nurse gets personality. Yeah. Personality increases. Then there would be... I need to figure out what to do with the blacksmith and with the skeleton. Yes. There's a lot of stuff that I need to figure out still. But I have plans. And I'm looking forward to playing the Talus Principle while in this mech suit, considering in the Talus Principle you play an android that's like, or a robot that's like doing puzzles and stuff. Yeah, it's gonna be sweet. What are we gonna do? We are gonna end here for the night. How's your? I saw a bit of your loot goblin game, casual. How is that treating you? Hopefully fun. I don't know if they're going to be streaming for much longer. It might be. Coming along nicely. Nice. I like it. Alright. I am going to have to finish here, though. My brain is shot, and I need to get a proper night's sleep so that we can actually get this stuff finished tomorrow. I want to try and get both of these things finished tomorrow, or at least Monday. Because we've been working on these traps for too long. Way too long. You're about to see the best part of the mech suit as well, Elephant. So the best part of the mech suit is that I can do this when I'm raiding out. And I can just go home.